Morning, morning. How are we, Josh? How are we, Scott? Thank you for joining us on YouTube. We are F1ing to begin with today, followed by realistic RTGing afterwards, is the current plan. Just need to update the board behind me to say USA Grand Prix. Because we are, of course, at COTA today for the United States Grand Prix, which is a sprint weekend. Oh, God. Throw my fucking phone across the thing. Sprint weekend today in COTA, so we will have two Grand Prix for you to race to watch today. Yeah, yesterday was a bit of a wild ride on socials, wasn't it, Ads? I paid minimal attention to it, but a lot of other people were like right on top of it. Morning, Jordan. How are you, mate? Thank you for the follow, my hey. Welcome to the channel, mate. So we got the COTA Grand Prix today. I think there's 5 games to go in the season on the RTG. So we're in a position where we could end the season with the first episode we record today if things don't go our way. But I'm kind of hoping things do go our way. And we have the... what is that? Oh, that's an old one. Kind of hoping things do go away and we do need to play all 5 games in the RTG. Yeah, I tried not to get too engrossed in it, as it's obviously just someone who is significantly autistic and should not be on social media because they cannot compute human interaction through no fault of their own, but his carers should take away his access to the internet because it's not good for him. Obviously, the myself and a number of other creators that he's just gunned for on socials needlessly over the past few weeks and months have thick skin and can deal with it. But if someone like that were to turn, like someone that compulsive and obsessive was to turn on someone like a random that didn't have that experience previously of getting a shitload of abuse online, then it could have damaging effects to that to that other person. So either he needs to be taken off social media, or his carers need to step in. Is my opinion. And if he doesn't have carers, then I'd be worried for his general well-being. Is my take on it. He's a significantly unwell individual who doesn't know how to interact with other human beings, especially in an online environment where he can say what he wants and say ridiculous things. Anyway, let's not dwell on it. Don't worry, Jordan, it's something that happened on social media yesterday with an individual that doesn't need more attention on him. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United States. We obviously visit the United States multiple times throughout the course of a Formula One season, but this final time, actually not this final time, we go to Las Vegas later in the season, this middle time, we've done Miami, we're now doing COTA in Austin, and we will travel to Vegas later. This time, we have a sprint weekend for the first time in quite a while, so there are 2 races involved today, meaning there are multiple opportunities for either the gap to Lando to close yet further, or for the gap to Lando to grow yet further. We made significant inroads in that gap with a win in Singapore last time out, which was wonderful. Lando finished 5th as well, which was perfect. Charles has gotten a 1st and 2nd most recently, so he's bringing himself back into the title fight as well. He's now basically as close, or he's closer to Lando now than I was to him 2 races ago. So it's a 3-way fight now for the title fight. So with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 races to go, and a sprint here, a sprint in Qatar, and maybe a sprint in Brazil as well, I think, potentially. There's so many points on the board still here. There is a lot to potentially be won and or lost throughout the course of the nature of the remainder of this season. And hopefully what is there for the winning is the World Championship title for us as a driver. I've not won the World Drivers title for a long time, many years, many iterations of the game. I think F1 21 might have been the last time I won a World Drivers title. Maybe 22, but certainly not in 23. And in 24 we've won the Constructors in this driver's career, but we haven't yet won the Drivers, and I would love to do it this season if possible. But to do so, we're going to have to go well in the United States. which is not a track, like, definitively. I know that I say this almost every week, and I'm like, oh, I'm not sure if I'm very good here or not. Sometimes I say that when knowing that I might have a little bit about me at a circuit. Here, I'm definitely not very good at all. We finished 8th here last year, outside the points, I think, the year before. No, 7th the year before. And we DNF'd in both the sprint and the main Grand Prix, I think, in United States in the Haas, which definitely didn't go well. So, similarly to a couple of the previous Grand Prix, where in the Ferrari, which was a good car at the time, we only finished 7th and 8th. I've only finished 7th and 8th here in a decent car as well, which doesn't bode well. But if we can find the right setup, and we can find a way to get the most out of the car, then hopefully over the course of this weekend, we can close in on Lando Norris before we head to Mexico next time out. That is what we would love to do, so we're going to go and try and do it. Do drop the video a like if you're enjoying this save. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you don't miss out on any more of this, or of course the Journeyman FC25 save that's ongoing. F125 is obviously not that far away now. We'll be looking to do a My Team when that game comes out, and obviously FM26 should come out later in the year as well, and that content will return later down the line too. But for now, we are concentrating on what lies ahead of us, and what lies ahead of us is COTA. I think I'm going to do setup stuff first, considering we've got minimal tyres. So I'm gonna go out and just do a lap and see what happens.
Okay, you need to come in before you run out of fuel. Pit within 2 laps.
Back end is loose. Great first time through there, but yeah, having had hands-on with 25 in a very, very, very early state already, as I can't comment, I'm afraid. It would be disingenuous of me to comment either way. Plus, like I say, it was a very early state when I had hands-on, so yeah, things might have changed in the months since. Okay. No, I know it wasn't aimed at me as a question to answer. But I know others might have wanted an opinion from me on it. Right, let me just double check to see what SRC says for COTA at the minute. Okay. Let's try that again then. Oh yeah, traction in Canada is tough. But obviously, that's the street circuit that doesn't really get driven on any other time of year, so...
One lap of fuel remaining.
Oh, this doesn't feel stable at all. Feels way too loose at the rear. At high speed. Slow speed that felt a bit more stable, but at high speed that is swinging, like penduluming. Might have just been the way I drove that particular section that time, but... It's definitely way more stable at low speed. I'll try another lap with this setup just to see. I'm not going to be able to because I've not got enough fuel. Yeah, we were always planning on doing a Jordan My Team, weren't we, this year? Eddie's passing just cements that in my mind that we will do that for 26. Or for 25, sorry. I've never had a good setup for Kota, ever. Or not one that I feel comfortable with to really attack the whole track. Yeah, true. I imagine I wouldn't be the only one to try and do a Jordan save. So I'd probably gauge other people's ideas first. think I'll stick with that setup, but... Yeah, the whole history of that team in particular is very rich.
Okay, give us some good, consistent laps, please. We're looking for good data that we can work into a race strategy.
Yeah, there was an old F1 team called Jordan F1, named after its owner Eddie Jordan, who sadly passed away. These past 48 hours or so. News broke this morning. It's now what has since become the Aston Martin team. Jordan became Force India. And then Force India became Racing Point became Aston Martin. Yeah, truly a legend of the sport. Yeah, 100%. The man that brought Michael Schumacher to Formula One. Yeah, got race wins and had a couple of genuinely successful seasons. And Thanks, Esteban. I'm feeling my tyre wear around here is going to be astronomically high. Oh yeah, Eddie was still very much involved. I think Eddie might have been Adrian Newey's manager or liaison. Certainly was, like you say, involved. In Newey going to Aston. No, people. I saw a tweet earlier today mentioned that when Newey went to Aston Martin for the first time, Eddie went with him and had an emotional encounter with people that were still at the team that Eddie had hired back in like the early 90s or mid 90s. They were still working there, 30 years later. Danny, thank you for the 5 bits, mate. I know, I should be training. What can I say? Just enjoying some downtime during the international break, that's all. Jordan is a country, yes. Jordan, in the Middle East.
Program complete and a job well done. We've got some excellent data with that run, so come on back to the garage and I can take you through the numbers.
Alright, I'll come back to the garage, take you through the numbers. That would be unreal, ads. I don't think they'd ever do it, but it would be unreal. Tyre actually isn't that bad, supposedly, which is a surprise, but something I'll very much take. I think on the softer compounds of tyres, both the medium and the soft, it would be slightly higher. I'm not going to be anywhere near on the quali pace, I think, so we're going to do that and then we'll do time management. Same, Mike. Cambridge United vibes. and Jordan were one of my favourite teams growing up.
Okay, this is a quali sim. We've estimated the times our closest rivals will be doing, so that's what we need to beat.
Mainly because Damon Hill drove for them.
Didn't really get the data
Horrifically slow.
we needed on that run. You might want to give it another go.
Arrows, I think, were white and blue the year that Damon drove for them. Ads. I think Arrows in 97 were white and blue. Yeah, they were. You're right, though. Arrows, as a team, generally ran in the orange and black. But that one year, they ran in blue and white. 98 was all black. 99 was orange and black. 96 was red and white. 2000, I think, was orange and black as well. Yeah. That's the Arrows I remember. Or I would associate, that's the livery I would associate with Arrows, with an orange down the side. There may well have been a transition during the season. Damon Hill Arrows. I recall, but it may be just because I recall that Hungarian Grand Prix where Damon was in the blue and white. Don't think Damon was ever in the in an orange car. Arrows orange. I don't think Damon ever drove in orange. Jos obviously did. Jos Verstappen would be the driver I would associate with Arrows in the orange and black. Not that I can think of, Jordan.
We need to be sure we can manage the tyres through a lap, so try to keep the wear down through each corner. Be especially careful accelerating on corner exit. We're going to want to rerun the program if we can't improve on that time. Temperature's so important for your tyres. Cool down laps are now vital after a push lap so that we don't light up the rubber too much, not to mention recharging the battery. down on our target times. Let's try to find a bit more.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get a purple on that. I think that's as good as we're gonna get, really. Which is almost certainly going to be nowhere near fast enough. Never mind.
Sadly.
Resource points in, we're now over. No, we're not over. We're 3 short of the 10,000 mark. I feel I've never had a nailed-on setup around COTA like we have at almost every other circuit. I feel alright in the car, but I don't feel super comfortable in the car. I don't feel that quick either. I would be surprised if we make it into Q3 in either of sprint or qualifying. But I'm open to being proven wrong. Not looking forward to this one.
It's a United States love affair with Formula One at the moment, so what a thrill for everyone today to see our drivers lapping COTA at full hot lap speed. It's the Circuit of the Americas, and it's qualifying.
Not used the medium tyre at all yet. Just double check that fuel is as low as it should be. Yeah. Here we go!
Okay, engines fired up. We're set.
Just in time, Jordan. Yes, just in time. 105 ATP is what we race at. Oh. Oh no, we dropped it. We did drop it to 104, didn't we? We did drop it to 104, actually. Yeah, you're right. We did drop it to 104. I forgot about that. Not sure what to start 25 on. Whether to start it at 100 or 105 or somewhere in between.
We've dropped to P20.
Here we go. That's quality lap. Yeah, 102 is probably a good shout, to be fair.
And we've been pushed down to P20.
SQ1 sees us qualify in... Oh. Well, on the medium tyre, got a little bit of pace. On the medium tyre. Supposedly. Okay. We'll see how that pans out across multiple qualifying sessions. But maybe we might make it to Q3? I think on a soft tyre, I'm less competitive than I am on the medium and the hard. But regardless, I am surprised that we qualified where we did in SQ1. Let's see what happens in SQ2, where they're going significantly faster.
Okay, guys, everyone be aware, the car's ready to go.
This is season 4 of this save, Invisiblank. Thank you for the follow, mate. Hey, we're hello, Chislana Myers as well. Welcome to the channel. That is very overcast. Not due any rain. Don't believe, anyway. Wee. Wee. Always. Transfers on this are similar to 23, I'd say, probably. They don't happen that regularly. We've got... I don't know whether it was it only going to show 10? No. So, in Season 4, we have no change at Aston Martin, and there hasn't been ever a change at Aston Martin. We saw Behrman come in at Red Bull when Perez moved to Haas. I moved from Haas to Ferrari in the first season. No changes at McLaren. Sainz moved to Haas when I moved to Ferrari. Lewis moved to Ferrari when I moved to Mercedes from Ferrari. Yuki's always been at VCarb. Pierre is back in a VCarb after being in an Alpine. Danny Ricciardo swapped with him. Albon has always been in the Williams. Theo Pourchaire has always been in the other Williams since Logan Sargent moved out and Pourchaire came in. Outside of that, I can't think of anything else that's changed too much. Hulkenberg is in an Alpine now. And in the Sauber is Ocon and Zhou. But considering we're 4 years in, there haven't been that many moves. You think they're better compared to 23? Honestly, it's been so long since 23, I can't remember, to be honest.
We've dropped to P15.
Yeah, for USL, isn't it, Jamie? I saw Jake B4 tweeting about it yesterday. With promotion and relegation in USL. It was a couple of tenths slower than my Q1 lap, I think. 6th in SQ2. 30.2, I think we did in SQ1, did we? Or 30.3? That was a 30.4. I think it was a 30.2. Max is into 30.1s, and that's Max in a Red Bull. So, yikes. Lewis out, though, which is intriguing. Lewis in his Ferrari didn't do a second run, to be fair, and that's probably why. But Lewis out in sprint qualifying in 12th, of course, points only for the top 8 in a sprint. Although Ollie Behrman's made it through to SQ3, so maybe we haven't really been paying attention to the performance index because we're just sat and not improving, similarly to McLaren and Ferrari. But maybe Red Bull are actually improving their car. We'll check the performance index between sprint and the race. But yeah, that's a surprise to see Ollie Behrman there. But presumably they must have improved the car recently. We are running older parts for the sprint race as well. We'll put fresher parts in for the main Grand Prix, and chat will remind me to do that, of course. But regardless, I'm not expecting to be much higher than 7th or 8th here. Yeah, he's gone after a Mega Luke quite a bit, hasn't he, Connor? Hopefully, Jamie, yeah. I think if there's a positive response in America to the promotion and relegation in USL, then they might well bring it in for MLS as well. It's very un-American, isn't it? Promotion and relegation. No, Major League Soccer is just however many clubs are in it. Major League Soccer is just the Eastern Conference, the Western Conference, and that's it. There are other football clubs in other divisions, but then they're not in Major League Soccer. And they'd have to apply to get into Major League Soccer and be voted in. I think it's voted in. I think that's how it works. But definitely no promotion or relegation. It's just that's how American sports is, isn't it? There is no promotion or relegation in any of their sports. They don't have that as a system. After 2 sectors, I was 0.04 of a second slower than Oscar Piastri. So at the minute we're on for a P7-ish. And the third sector is probably my weakest part of the circuit, in all honesty. So that might just be P10. P9. I think it was close, but that's about where I expected to be. 9th to 12th is probably where we expected to be, really. We're not far off a couple, but we're 4.5 tenths off pole, which is Fernando Alonso, actually. The McLaren, Lando in P7 and Oscar in P6. Charles is on... Wow, look at that. 6 milliseconds between the front three. That's absurd. I was about 1.5 off Lando. Similarly, Oscar. I think Lando might not have gone again. I think some went twice, which is why there's a perhaps slight disparity in some of the positions of the cars. But that was a very, very, very tight top three, wasn't it? It'll just be one set of medium tyres all the way through for the Sprint Grand Prix. And then, hopefully, we get ourselves some points from it. We were going to check something when we got back here, and I can't remember exactly what it was off the top of my head. Oh yeah, performance index. Yeah, look, Red Bull have actually improved. They're the only team to have improved throughout the course of the... Well, I say through the course of this season. For the last half a season, Red Bull are the only team. And actually, they're right up now with us. As of really Azerbaijan, they're right up with us in the performance index. What have they been performing? Max in Azerbaijan got a podium after like a spring of double-digit finishes. So yeah, Red Bull are not quite fully back, but they're on their way. Ollie Behrman got a P10 in Azerbaijan, which is his only point of the season. And then DNF'd in Singapore, unfortunately for him. But the fact that Ollie Behrman got in the points, the Red Bull is definitely better. Red Bull are on their way back. It just adds more cars to throw into the mix to make things even more chaotic for this potential title fight between myself, Lando and Charles.
And alongside me for the...
With 5 races remaining, we're still in with a chance of taking the Constructors' Championship. The team needs a result from you today.
Oh, good. No pressure then. I'm just going to have a quick toilet break before we do the sprint race. And then we will be back. BRB. No prediction for this one. We'll do a prediction for the main race. I'll be back in a sec. Uno, dos, tres, let's go sprinting. Lando's on softs. Oh. Lando on softs, Gasly on softs. Alright, we'll mention that when we get round to the race start.
Okay, how was that pull away? You'll have a bit more grip than that on the start, but we need to warm the tyres properly now. Make sure you get some heat into the brakes as well. Conditions look stable at the moment, no rain currently expected.
No, it's still formation lap. I think it was Lance Stroll we had a bit of a to and fro battle with last year around COTA, wasn't it? They already have segregated fans, don't they, Jamie? Home and away in MLS, I'm pretty sure. Mr. Myhill, thank you very much. I got caught out by the AHR at the beginning there. Mr. Myhill, thank you very much indeed for the 68th month, my dude. Jeez. Hope you well, mate. In NFL they sit together, yeah. In MLS I'm pretty sure they're segregated.
Okay, incredible parking.
Decent parking.
Nice one. That's gonna
You'll
give you the
notice
edge if you
Lando
can
Norris
get
in
the
front of me
race
is on
start.
soft tyres. So he's going to be rapid at the beginning. And then I imagine he's not going for a pit stop. I'm going to get swallowed here. I imagine he's not going for a pit stop. But he's just going to try and take those soft tyres as far as he possibly can. Gasly behind is also on soft tyres. It's just the two soft tyre runners, the rest are all on medium. I've lost the position. I got really bogged down in at the start. Tried a quicker upshift to second, and it actually put me in third because it had auto shifted me into second already,
Right,
annoyingly.
now for the rest
So I
of the
lost the position. Or I nearly lost quite a few positions and just got bogged down. A few lockups in front. Lando's P6 already. As Piastri's dropped back. Lando is going to look to make moves, but I'm sure towards the end of the race, towards the end of the sprint, Lando is going to lose time. If he gets held up, he needs to basically make as many overtakes as he possibly can at the beginning of this sprint race, and then try and get as far down the road as possible. To be fair, he's just gotten himself past Max Verstappen, so he is looking to make moves and doing it very well, but he's got no choice. If he wants to maximise his points and not get swamped at the end of this sprint race, when his soft tyres certainly will have gone off dramatically, then he needs to make time now. And he's doing that well enough so far. 2 or 3 places on lap number 1. We're down a place, but it's fine. It's not like we were in the points in P9 anyway, and we're still very much in touch with the train in front. Game on.
DRS is being enabled this lap. We can use DRS when you're within 1 second of the car ahead and in the DRS zone. experience some understeer now that you're in the wake of the car ahead. Try to get past as soon as possible.
Sainz is definitely not as fast in his Haas as the group in front. So I'm going to try and go for Carlos. He's gone defensive already. He knows what's coming. What's coming is a Mercedes going around his outside here. And hopefully having the inside line for this next bit. And getting the position. I'll force him wide a little bit. Give him a little squeeze. He's not giving it up. Fair play, Carlos. Fair play indeed. He did not give that up at all. Kept his nose in it. And maintains the position. He has lost himself DRS on the car in front though, so he'll be vulnerable now. Into turn 1. But that was really good racing from the two of us actually. I gave him a fair squeeze to the edge of the circuit. And he held his nerve and held the position. Fair enough. Hopefully we don't fall too far behind the front few. Otherwise, P9 will be the best that we can achieve in this sprint race. And try and use DRS and ERS to close in on the group in front as well as maybe make an overtake on Carlos. It's a longer straight than you actually think it is. He's not going to be able to fight that one too hard. Only closed in by about 4/10 though in front, so no chance of DRS for me anytime soon at the minute. Unless they start fighting with that RB, which they are doing. He's qualified very well actually in the RB. Lando is in 4th already and working his way forward. And now he's stuck in a slightly faster group of cars than he was working his way through earlier. Yellow flag in front as well. That's a position for us. That is going to be us into the points as Lance Stroll retires. Thanks, Lance.
Green flag.
Well, that's handy. I think... Oh, no, it was a lock-up. I thought for a minute another engine had blown just in front of me. Yes, we kind of knew Lance Stroll was out of the race, thank you. That was a bit obvious, really. Christ. Car nearly went on me then.
In front, 2.0 seconds.
Now it's my turn to get overtaken into turn 12. I'm the vulnerable one. Wide there.
Gap to your teammate ahead, 6.2 seconds.
Too busy getting a hair out of my eye. Carlos Sainz takes the position, fair enough. It's the power of the DRS. Take the position back again into turn 12, it's not a problem. Just like we did in the first place. Unfortunately, the front few have very much gotten away now. Just a reminder as if we needed it. But I don't have the pace around COTA to compete at the front. He's going to try and hold it again. I'm going to make sure he doesn't this time. 3.5 seconds to Piastri now, and Tsunoda's falling back as well. So they're not really getting held up by the RB, they're just working their way past him without too much hassle at all.
Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 3.6 seconds.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see classic cars come back. I just don't think there's enough of an audience for it to be financially worth the licensing for Cody's. They've got all the numbers on that side of thing. Pretty sure it just wasn't. They weren't utilised enough to warrant having in the game. Would love to see some classic tracks return, but again, it's a question of licensing, isn't it? And whether it's worth the financial outlay for Cody's in terms of whether people would use them or not.
Got a gap of around 4 seconds between you and the next car.
Yeah, I'm not closing that. Yeah, the licensing is just such a fucking legal minefield. But yeah, personally, would agree. Would much prefer classic tracks to classic cars. But I wouldn't hold your breath. Hey, Goal Machine.
8th place. You're in 8th place. Piastri's ahead of you. They're on fresh mediums. Okay, Sainz is behind you. Less than a second separates you. They're on fresh mediums. Okay, gap to leader, 9.6 seconds. That was our last stop. No more scheduled pit stops. Let's go. And 11 laps to go.
What's more likely? Leicester staying up is more likely, but neither are very likely.
Okay, you're catching the car ahead, but remember, we need to get to the end of the race on these tyres. Right, the gap to the teammate ahead of us, 9.3 seconds.
Charles currently leads as we start lap 10. Lando has reached that front trio to make it a quartet. Did it a while ago, but has then gotten stuck. And there's another quartet. Or is it a trio? I think it's a trio. And then me. And my train. I'm fast enough at the moment, although at the minute, having concentrated more on talking than driving, I'm under threat from Carlos, but it's been relatively comfortable to keep Carlos behind. But I am losing time on those in front considerably each lap. If I was in the DRS train, I think I could stick with. But now, like, losing the DRS is what is killing the race. So for the main GP, just got to stay in DRS. Just got to try my absolute best to stay in DRS of those in front and around me, because I am not fast enough to compete with the first 7 drivers. Maybe the first 6. I'm probably faster than Yuki, but Yuki's just using the DRS off Verstappen to kind of hold firm at the minute and keep Piastri at bay. I am probably the 7th fastest driver on track. I'm probably slower than that. I'm just able to maintain the gap to Sainz and Albon, etc. I'm definitely heading up a train here. So, you're probably not seeing anything for a few laps. Carlos is getting more and more interested as my tyre wear is slightly worse than everybody else's. So I may end up losing this single World Championship point I'm on for at the minute. Whoa, yellow flag's in front. Not sure what for. I nearly lost it there. I nearly had a yellow flag moment of my own. I think Lando's...
Some information on Norris. Okay, it looks like the problem's terminal.
Yes! Lando's out! No points for Lando Norris in the Sprint Grand Prix. Hopefully, grid penalty in the main Grand Prix for Lando Norris. That's the dream. Oh, and then Sainz locks up. I'm getting all the luck at the minute. All the luck's just come at once. Oh, Lando retiring is just what we needed. I would have loved it much more in the full Grand Prix rather than the sprint. But if it means he has to take a big grid penalty for the main Grand Prix, then that is dreamy still. So we're up to P7. Any points we get now will be us closing on Lando in this sprint race, because he's definitely getting nothing. At the minute though, Charles is getting a full 8 points, and he's significantly closing on me, and there's only, I think, 10 points between me and Charles at the minute. So at the minute I'm more likely to go down to 3rd in the championship than I am to catch Lando for 1st. As it stands, current reigning world champion Charles Leclerc is having a resurgence of form of his own right now. I don't think Cambridge's got me straight back up next year, no. Yeah, my tyre wear's just too high. It's only about 8 to 10% higher than the other drivers, but it's enough to mean that in the latter stages of stints, I'm losing competitiveness.
Come on, you can win that place back.
Lost the place to Carlos again. Should be able to hopefully stick with him, provided I don't make any mistakes. But that front 6 that was the front 7 is just even further away. I'm going to need the most perfect race strategy in the full Grand Prix to stand any chance of getting anything other than a similar position to what I'm in now, which is a similar position to what we've historically gotten at this circuit. It's not like I'm just slow this year, just not very good at this track. It's fun to drive, but it's definitely one of my worst performing circuits for sure. I did not want to stop then. I'd probably be quite happy to sit behind Carlos until the last lap. Like, we're obviously not going to get any other positions other than the one that's directly in front of me, so I might as well just bide my time and try and get that position at the end. Thank you for the follow, FM Console. Appreciate you, man. I'm not going to fight it. Not yet. There's no point. I'm not going to be able to gap him. I'm just going to put myself under more pressure. The only reason I would take the position now and not wait is if I think there's the chance that Albon threatens and we lose the gap to Carlos, or if we think I'm probably going to make a mistake somewhere and lose the DRS on Carlos and he's just going to scamper away down the road. Maybe I do take it just to be on the safe side. We don't definitely lose P7. 10 seconds now to Piastri though. I'm not going to be getting anywhere near a podium today, I don't think. Albon's having a look, but we'll hold off that charge. Yeah, I'm gonna be forced into taking Carlos and trying to keep him behind. Otherwise, he's just going to pull away. Because I'm going to get attacked from behind by everyone else as well. A bit of wheel spin there, which is annoying. Just to make the overtake though, it'll save a bit of battery. Try and undercut. Not going to work. Okay, I'll use more battery next lap then. We won't save it for defence later on. We'll just get the job done. I'm kind of hoping Albon gets attacked by Lewis, to be honest.
Pace is strong, but be aware these tyres need to go the distance.
A much better exit this time around. Just breeze past. Take the racing line, and this time I have been able to save battery. Only used 2% more battery there to make the overtake than last lap I did to not make the overtake. All because of the much better exit onto the straight. Traction makes such a difference around pretty much every circuit, really. Tsunoda's finally been dispatched by Oscar Piastri. Whilst we should be faster than Yuki in free air, whilst he's still got DRS on the cars in front of him, he's still going to gap them. And with only 4 laps to go as we cross the line, 16, 17, 18 and 19, we're not going to be finishing any higher than 7th, but I would very much like to still finish 7th. So 2-point gain on Lando. Carlos is making a late dive for that, but that's going to be something we're going to say no to. Car just... It's that changing gear loss of traction that's just so strange. Stop reading chat, Chess. Yuki's actually gotten back past Piastri. This is fair dues. Morning, Root. How are we, lad?
Final lap, final lap. Push, push.
Yeah,
Gap
the-
to your teammate ahead, 18.5 seconds.
The V8 cars and V10 cars sounding much better.
Okay, gap to the car ahead, 13.3 seconds.
Yeah, it's not that gap I'm worried about, Mark, to be honest. It's that gap to the car directly behind me on this final lap that I'm worried about. He is closer to me now than he was last lap by 2 or 3 tenths. And we've got a good exit. And I've got a lot of battery saved up. We should be able to hold on to position. I'm going to have to burn all of my battery. Carlos is actually going to go for it here. We're going to have to fight tooth and nail to hold on to this. I want this P7, Carlos. Thank you. Don't even think about it. Charles wins the sprint race. We will come home in 7th. Close on Lando by 2 points. Lose ground to Charles by 6 points. And the championship fight takes another twist. It will take another twist as well if Lando has to take too much of a grid penalty for the main Grand Prix.
All right, race
If we
over.
can qualify
The car on the way in.
where we finished here, or have a better start and qualify where we did, then maybe I can get a top 5, but losing DRS is painful because I just am not fast enough at this track.
Well, that's an end to the sprint action. Next up, we'll...
Oh, when they're in the garage, they're still fucking loud, ads. It's just when you're sat by the side of the track, it's not very loud. But when you're in the car or near the car, it's still fucking loud. I'll put fresh bits in for full quality. Yeah, Charles now just 4 points behind me. 16 points to get to Lando. Oh, man!
It's a United States love affair with Formula One at the moment, so what a thrill for everyone today to see our drivers lapping COTA at full hot lap speed. It's the Circuit of the Americas, and it's qualifying.
Check's complete.
Here
Everyone
we
be
go.
aware, we've got a car leaving the garage.
wonder if it says anything about Lando's penalties here. No.
We've dropped to P20. Okay, there's 2 minutes left in this session and we're in the drop zone. We need a quick lap or that's qualifying over for us. And we've been pushed down to P20.
.29.8 from Fernando is very quick. He says as he also puts in a 29.8. Didn't think I had a 29 in me, to be honest. Faster than Fernando, even in the end. Well, SQ1 was P1, Q1 was P1, but SQ3 and Q3 are the ones that count. And we know how slow I was in the final session compared to everybody else. George just gets through. Actually, not even just. He's definitely comfortably through. Although only 2.5 tenths separate the top 8 cars, so it's very tight. Both Alpines, both Saubers out, and one of the Williams. Ollie Behrman back down the order now in this iteration of qualifying. Lando gets through in P7. Don't know if he's going to take any grid pens. Praying that he does, but we'll see what happens when we get there. Most important thing now is making it to the top 10 shootout. Hey, Slippy Rumpus. How are we? I can't use that set again. It's annoying. That's annoying. I kind of wanted to do a banker lap. I could save a set of softs here by only doing one run if we think we can get through. Ronald, thank you for the 13th month. 12 in a row. I'm going to try and save a set of softs in case we need them for the race. We're probably going to need them for the race, let's be honest. P7 in the sprint, yes. What did everyone else do? 29.7s, yeah. I'm basically gonna have to get into the 29s again to make sure I get through here.
Okay, when you're ready, let's go.
sec.
Minutes remaining in the session. We need a good lap here or we're out of qualifying. Come on. Right, that's us pushed down into P15.
Norris with a 29.4. Now that I'm definitely not getting anywhere near. Bloody hell. I think Lewis hasn't gone out again. He did that in sprint quali and went out in SQ2. And there is a Ferrari in the garage, and Lewis Hamilton currently sits P11. So I think he's out here. I did a 29.6, which is faster than my Q1 lap, which was a 29.8. It's fast enough for P2, which is what, 4 places higher than we were in SQ2. So we're more competitive, seemingly at the minute, than we were in sprint qualifying. But wow, Lando is lightning quick, way faster than anyone else. Yuki out this time, Piastri out, Hamilton out, although again, like I say, those guys didn't do another lap. Charles Leclerc, well, to be fair, Charles Leclerc, actually, was Charles Leclerc the Ferrari in the garage? Charles Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, and George Russell were in the garage. Lewis did do another lap. He was the Ferrari on circuit, and he just wasn't quick enough. Now, that is a shock. I thought Lewis was that far down because he didn't go again. Wow. That's a surprise. Lewis and Oscar both going twice, but not able to get themselves into the top 10. We were, so we'll go again. I'm not going to do a bank lap again. Just going to go out.
All set, we're ready to go, so let's get the car out onto the track.
Yeah, man. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Albon not going again, saving tyres. .29.3 from George. Wow. .29.3 is disgusting, really. 29.6 is the best that we've mustered so far. See what we can do here at the end of quali. Our final lap, a little bit shaky around the final turn, is a 29.4. So we've gained 0.2 of a second each qualifying session, and it's a Mercedes front row. P2 in qualifying for the United States Grand Prix. Now that is just what the doctor ordered, alongside a Lando Norris hopeful grid penalty. George with a 29.356, me with a 29.477. Lando is third, but we're hoping that he loses positions. Charles is P6. Oh, we've pulled that out the bag. I know for sure, we all know for sure, I don't have the race pace to maintain that position. So it's a case of, can we still maybe hold for a top 5 and just get as many points as possible before Lando makes his way back through the grid? We know we will absolutely drop from there. I'm certain of it, because I just have too high a tyre wear. I will obviously be able to strategically try and get off more worn tyres slightly early and undercut and strategy will play a part, which it didn't in the sprint race, obviously. It's overcast as well, which will aid tyre wear, mean that less high temperatures will equal slightly lower wear, which will work in my favour. But now we need to find out if Lando has any grid pens, and we need to find the strategy.
It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race.
Please tell me Lando Norris is not
George Russell will
third.
win today's event
This
in
is what I'm
pole
praying
position,
for.
And Wood completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the
Come
grid,
on!
we have
Come on!
Verstappen,
Yes! Grid penalty for Norris! Just how many though? 5? 10? More than?
Albon, Tsunoda,
It's at least 5.
Hamilton,
Oh, it's 10 places!
Sainz,
It's 10 places.
Leclerc,
Leclerc's taking a penalty too!
Hulkenberg,
Oh my god, Leclerc P13.
Ocon,
Lando's at the back.
Norris.
Lando's 19th.
Stroll brings the grid to a close.
Oh, the championship takes another turn. And I've not even raced yet.
And alongside me for
This
the first time
is
this season
the
here at the top of the
opportunity
top, Naomi Schiff. Hello, Nones. I know
to
what we've got to do.
really close in on Lando Norris. We must get the strategy right. We must get everything right here to guarantee that we get the best possible result. I'm probably going to go medium, hard, soft. It shows that actually with the personalised times, with the projected times, it's actually quicker with the alternate strategy and the two-stop. And with the personalised, it's still the same. And we know that my tyre wear is high. Everyone else is going to be starting on mediums, I would imagine they are. We will start mediums. Daniel and Ocon start on the softs. Everyone else is on the yellow stripe medium tyre. But I will go medium, hard, and then we will add a soft stint at the end. Might extend the medium stint a little bit. We know the mediums will do 19 because that's what the sprint race was. Okay, so we're going to go medium, hard, soft. And we believe that is the fastest way for me to get to the end of the Grand Prix. Please work as a strategy. I'm desperate for it to work as a strategy. Please work. I'm not taking any fuel out either. Can't run the risk of running out of fuel. Let's give you guys a prediction. I'm going to say P4 or higher. P5 or lower. Because it's going to be a hell of a risk. You guys have seen what my pace is comparatively to everybody else in that sprint race, so it's a tough one. Tom, thank you for the follow. I'm just going to go for a quick toilet break chat. In fact, I might have a quick lunch break now before the race for 5 minutes. I'll go make something and bring it back and have it with you. And then we can crack on with the race, and then we can just dive straight into the FCRTG after that, rather than having to take a slightly later lunch break. So, BRB. I'm definitely going to lose like 6 places off the start and ruin my entire qualifying, aren't I? What did you guys... Which way did the prediction go? Heh. Okay. So whilst the percentage split of points is very even, Jordan's gone big again. Jordan is the only one to go P5 or lower. So if I finish outside the top 4, Jordan's doubling his money, basically. If I finish inside the top 4, AD's doubling his money, because AD's gone big as well. Go big or get out. Agreed. Praying. Praying for a good start. International football starts tonight, right? Oh, there's a couple of big games tonight. Italy, Germany, Netherlands, Spain. Nice. Denmark, Portugal should be pretty good too. Some World Cup qualifiers in Africa and Asia as well. Jordan versus Palestine is going to have a fucking atmosphere. Right. Come on then. Let's go and disappoint ourselves. Bloody Behrman's P6.
Okay, so everything looks good on the power unit cycles, so let's concentrate on bringing time.
Darren, thank you for that 8 months, mate.
Okay, radar is clear, weather is looking good for now.
A bit crisp stuck to the roof of my mouth. It's hurting. P9 at Silverstone's not bad, Curtis, in a Salva. You bastard. I'm actually kind of nervous, you know. This is a big opportunity. I just need a better start than we got in the sprint.
Let's make sure we get the edge on the surrounding
Please get a better
drivers as the
start,
lights
Sid.
go out.
Come on.
Okay, so that's the rest of the grid forming up now. Be patient and watch.
Not a bad start. Not a bad start. George has gone defensive. Max is getting attacking. Max is getting aggressive. He's probably going to take the position on the inside here, using a lot of battery to try and maintain if I can, which we have done. We've held P2 for now. That's an important way to start the race. George, please take me with you. I'm going to need all the battery in the world for as long as possible to stand any chance of doing anything in this Grand Prix. Max is rather evidently hunting already with slipstream and battery, but without slipstream and just battery, he's not able to do it. He's going to go deep on the brakes. Max is going to get the job done. I'm not going to fight this too hard. There's no point needlessly fighting. I just need to get from here to the end as quickly as possible. But staying in DRS range of the front few is going to be so important. So when I don't do it, I'll be absolutely crestfallen. But for the time being, we're within a second of the car in front.
DRS now enabled. DRS enabled.
Detection point is there. 3/4 of a second behind Max. That's fine by me. It's close enough. Lando's still running P19, I think. Can't afford to make any mistakes. Any mistake, and that's them out of DRS range in front.
Look out for a bit of understeer when trailing the car ahead. They're going to be giving off dirty air, which is going to affect our tyres, so try to get past.
I think the front two are gone already. Yeah, they're out of DRS range. Front two are gone. I just don't have the pace here. Oh, it's so frustrating. When it's such a fun track to drive, but I just don't have the legs. They're going to fight, but they're not fighting too hard, which isn't going to allow me to gain by that much, annoyingly. George is very quick in a straight line. Could have sworn I was within DRS range, but apparently not. Alonso's through. Thankfully, we're getting even more luck. Gasly and Albon are 5th and 6th.
We lost the position. Try to keep focused.
So they're creating a hell of a gap behind. Which is allowing us the reprieve of getting further down the road here. Regardless of the fact I'm now down to 4th. At the minute, I'm under no threat of falling any further, which is huge. I'm going to try my absolute best to hang on to Alonso. I stand a better chance of hanging on to Alonso than I do Verstappen or George, I think.
Battery charge is high. Let's use that overtake button a bit more.
As long as Gasly and Albon can hold on behind me. Oh, who's behind Gasly and Albon? Tsunoda and Behrman. This is such an opportunity. Charles has gone 13th, started 13th and has dropped to 14th. Lando started 19th and has dropped to 20th. This is such an opportunity. This doesn't fucking slip now. Alright, Stevie. Torso, thank you for the follow, mate. Yeah, £12 for a PS2 game is a bit expensive.
Alonso's ahead of you. Okay, gap to the car in front, 1.0 seconds. They're on fresh mediums. Okay, they've got 4 laps on their tyres. We think they've got 1 more stop. And the time last lap, 1:33.7. Okay, you're dropping back by around 1.4 seconds.
This could end up being a very lonely race.
The Mercedes driver has the lead.
He does. At the minute, I'm not as fast as those in front, and I'm faster than those behind. So unless there's a safety car, I could just run whatever strategy I want from here and probably end up coming home P4. But with 52 laps or 51 and a half laps in front of me,
Verstappen's out in front.
the idea of doing 51 and a half laps on my own is quite daunting at the minute. But I'd rather do 51 and a half laps on my own and finish 4th than have lots of action and finish 7th or 8th. So bring it on. I just got to make sure that the gap behind keeps growing if I can.
Gasly behind. They're on fresh mediums. Their tyres are 5 laps old. We think they've got 1 more stop. Your last lap time, 1:35.3.
I'm already struggling with rear traction. I'm definitely 2-stopping.
Okay, gap ahead, 2.6 seconds. Red Bull drivers just moved into first place.
I would actually be tempted to go to the softs next. Wonder if the softs next might actually be a play. Probably, Danny. Don't see any reason why not. Yeah, that was my thinking, Ads. I basically want to try and get as far down the road as possible before I'm on the hard tyre, is my mindset. And just continue to grow the gap between Gasly and Albon. Because the hard tyre is going to be better at the end. I don't want to be in a position where I need a tyre underneath me at the end of the race and the softs just are so worn that they're not worth having on the car. I'll be tempted to go softs next.
And gap to the car in front, 2.6 seconds. Okay, mate, we've got some clear track in front of us, and let's make the best of it. So please make this next one a very fast lap.
Yeah, if the front three start fighting, then we have a chance. Don't think they will, though. If it was just two of them, then probably, but three, I don't think they will.
Oh, mate, you made that look easy. Nice work. That's why I love working with you. Smashed it. Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 3.7 seconds.
Getting to the point now where my high tyre wear's kicking in, I think. Those in front are pulling away even faster. And the gap behind is no longer growing. Yellow flag's behind, but that's not going to cause any issue. Nico Hulkenberg is out of the race. Presumed just an engine failure of some description. The Alpine retires. Lando is now no longer running last. But, crucially... well, technically, Lando is running last still of the 19 remainers. Charles hasn't made any positions either. So this remains a great opportunity to close in on the two of them. Close in on Lando and pull away from Charles by however many points I earn today. Yeah, I might well medium soft hard, Daniel, but yeah, that we will be using all three dry tyre compounds. Albon has taken Gasly behind. So the Williams now leads the procession. I fear Alex Albon dragging everyone else towards me.
Right, the gap to the teammate ahead of us. 6.
Now I'm tempted to go to the hards.
0.7 seconds. Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. 6.2 seconds.
Right. Because if I go hards in the next stint, I could potentially go to the end if needs be. Whereas if I go to the softs next, I definitely am two-stopping. Oh, they're closing me behind Summit Chronic now. My pace is gone. I'm over a second slower per lap than those in front, and those behind are closing on me now as well. We go to the hards next.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 7.8 seconds.
Sector 3 is terrible. They're so fast around the triple corner. Out of the first sector down the hill towards the hairpin, they're so much quicker. Like 3 or 4 tenths just in that part of the circuit, which is absurd. And then around here, they're just so fast around this triple right-hander. I don't know why. It's just... oh.
We're approaching the pit window now, and you're going to be on hards next time.
Yep.
Okay, gap to the car ahead, 9.2 seconds.
Also, softs at the end gives me the best chance of a fastest lap point as well.
Okay, be careful. We think you're going to start losing some tyre grip anytime now.
If I can get fourth and the fastest lap point, then obviously that's more beneficial than just a fourth. Yeah, I've still no idea why they took away the fastest lap point in real life. Did they ever give a reasoning as to why they did it?
Okay, the pit window's open, so let's box this lap. Box this lap.
Lap 19 to 36 is quite a wide pit window, let's be honest. Whilst the gap behind is relatively stable, I'd be tempted to stay out and try and make a one-stop work. Lap 25 was where the one-stop had everyone boxing, or the optimum strategy was lap 25 for a one-stop. So if I can go to lap 23, 22, 23, I can probably one-stop and not worry about the soft tyre at all, and hope that I've just got the pace on the hards as well to maintain the gap behind.
Okay, pit in this lap, and remember the speed limit. We'll be penalised if we exceed it. Keep that in mind as you approach.
I'm really torn at the minute, so I want to maximise our potential points return here, because obviously it's such an opportunity with Lando and it's such an opportunity with Lando and Charles where they are. Might cost me half a second-ish, 3 or 4 tenths. Says to me that the rear tyres are starting to let go, and maybe I should box earlier than later. We'll box 21 or 22 and try and make the one-stop work. But we will have to make that decision as to whether to go to the 2-stop or not early enough to be able to get the maximum out of a soft stint. I'll box 22, I think. Yeah, these medium tyres have had enough. I'll come out 17th, so I'll come up behind Lando, but ahead of Daniel Ricciardo, supposedly. I think we boxed this lap. I want to box this lap for a set of hard tyres. And depending on how they wear, how the pace is, how the car feels, and what the gaps are like, we might box for a set of soft tyres about lap 45. But we'd have a lot of work to do from there, I think. A lot of work to do. Whispers are great, yeah, agreed. Whisper Gold, I'd say, is even better. It's under 3 seconds now behind. I just need to get off these tyres. Here we go then. I need such a good pit stop. Oh, please, gents. Please, gents. Thank you. That's huge.
Perfect job from you and the crew there.
Gonna come out behind Lando, I think. Might even come out. Yeah, no, we're gonna come out behind Lando.
You only have to stop once now.
Be close though. So reckons lap 43 for softs.
Okay, this isn't our true position. They haven't yet pitted and they're on a one-stopper. So don't waste time fighting because they should be coming in soon.
Technically at the minute this is our net position. We all have one stop left. This shows how much work we'd have to do if we were to put a soft on, or had put the soft on now.
Okay, this isn't your true position. They haven't pitted yet, so don't waste time fighting. Bring your tyres in gently and let's go for it.
Even on their worn mediums, they're faster than me around here. By a whole 10th.
Just so you know, we're getting some strange readings from a couple of the sensors. sensors, so I don't think you need to be worried, just some bad data. So keep doing what you're doing. I'll let you know if we notice any genuine problems.
Could get around the outside of Zhou here as well. Haven't. Around Lando though. Trying to just lose as little time as possible. This is going to be
mate, let's try and climb up the order.
pretty
Take
difficult
your
at this part of the
target.
track,
Push.
evidently. For the move into the hairpin. To then try and get Perez at the end of the straight as well.
Nice work, mate. That brings you up a place.
Which we're going to do. And we did go defensive right at the very end,
Okay,
which is
nice work. Really
naughty.
Good job with that target, mate.
wait till the braking zone and
Okay,
then
gap
make your
ahead,
move, but not strictly
5.2
legal.
seconds.
We got the overtake done nonetheless. Now it's just a case of trying to make as much time as possible. I believe everyone else is going to pit in 2 laps time on lap 25.
You're catching the car ahead by a couple of seconds a lap now. Really good.
I don't think they'll be getting rid of PS4 stuff anytime soon. PS5s are still so expensive that a lot of people are yet to make the jump. A lot of people are still playing on PS4 and PS4 Pro.
And gap to the car in front, 1.5 seconds.
Bonjour, Theo. Technically, yes, Josh. Technically, it is net position because I still have 1 stop left, but I could try and push these hard tyres all the way to the end and not have another stop.
Okay, George is coming in for his stop.
Right, front 3 are in at the end of 25, anticipating almost all of the other drivers in at the end of 25 as well. George actually out in the lead now. Max was P1. Looks like Max has had a slow stop. Teo is not coming in, which should give me DRS, which is nice. Looks like Yeah, Max had a slow stop. George with a 2.9 second stop. Max with a 5.0 second stop. George has inherited the lead again through the pit stop phase. Leicester was 15-16. Jamie. So 9 years at the minute. Next season will be 10 years. Apparently there's a really good interview with Thomas Tuchel. Let's just, everyone's quoting this specific clip. Let's see what Tuchel says.
Yes or no? Did England have a clear playing style last summer?
Not last summer, no.
What was missing?
The identity, the clarity, the rhythm, the repetition of patterns, the freedom of player, the expression of player, the hunger. They were more afraid to drop out of the tournament, in my observation, than having the excitement and hunger to win it.
What is the missing piece then?
Excitement.
How do you mean?
Excitement. That people feel that's the team to beat. That they feel that that's the team to beat. That we arrive with a group to beat. That we know already when we arrive, once we qualified, once we arrive, that everyone knows this is the team to beat.
Yes or no?
Tommy 2 stars would be phenomenal. Imagine if the first person to get us a trophy since 1966 and only the second tournament win ever for England's men's team would be led by a German. I didn't get DRS off the back of Teo there, which is a surprise because I thought I was within a second, but we're going to come out ahead of Gasly. Considerably ahead of Gasly, so we're effectively where we were, I think. Pretty sure. In terms of net position with everyone else. Gasly's 8.5 behind. It was about 3.5 before the pit stop, so we've gained 5 seconds on Gasly. And the question is, can I maintain that gap? It's now down to 8 because I'm stuck behind Teo. Can I maintain that gap to the end of the race on this set of tyres? Or am I going to have to stop again, put on the softs, and do a lot more overtaking at the end of the race, and hope that the softs last and can get me back through the positions? I fear that the softs would die in terms of their performance after like 4 laps. That's my only concern, or one of my main concerns. A lot more drivers in the pits now, and because that front trio came out in the gaggle, George has now got a bit of a lead, with Max trying to close him down and Alonso a couple of seconds further back from him as well. So that pit stop phase has split the front three a couple of seconds apart. Ricciardo's pit early on softs, didn't he? So Ricciardo started on softs and is now on mediums for this stint, which hopefully will hold up those behind a little bit as well.
0.6 seconds.
Which it really needs to do if we're to make a one-stop work. Really needs to do if we're to make a two-stop work. I'll be curious to know how far Ricciardo went on his soft tyres. Only 14 laps at the beginning of the race. I think we're going to be pushed to try and make the hard set last, you know. Oh, it's a really awkward position to be in. We have a new set of softs to go to, and we know they'll be very quick. But it's a case of how long will they be very quick for. If I was to box now, I'd come out 17th again. Would that soft tyre set really get me from 17th through to 4th again? Before they died? I don't think so. And between now and then, because our pace is about the same as those back there, I don't think the gap's going to grow. I think I'd still come out 17th at the end of this stint. I think I'm going to have to try and make these hard tyres go all the way to the end of the race and pray that I can stay ahead of Gasly and co behind as they inevitably close when my tyre wear gets too high. We're stuck between rock and hard place at the minute. That train is breaking up a little bit now, so it should start to elongate itself out a bit. Previously, the whole train was getting dragged along by Alex Albon at the front of it. Now it's getting dragged along by Lewis Hamilton in the Ferrari at the front of it. Gap to Gasly is just staying about 8 seconds right now. If I probably
that gap ahead, please. 9.7 seconds.
Probably 70-30 in favour of staying on the hards to the end of the race at the minute. We'll wait and see how this stint pans out. We'll be able to make a much better decision in about 10 laps time. We're only now, as we cross the line to finish lap 28 at half race distance. These tyres are already 6 and 7% worn at the rear. I need Daniel to hold up Pierre. Which I don't think is going to happen. I need Daniel to hold up the whole bloody train, which I don't think is going to happen. Pierre will comfortably get past down the straight, I think. Lewis Hamilton's catching them at rate of knots as well.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 10.2 seconds.
There you go, Gasly through.
Verstappen has the lead.
No, he doesn't. Afternoon, Sawanga. How are we, mate? Hamilton is past Ricciardo as well now. They're all worryingly fast on the hard tyre. Nice. Okay, Ricciardo's now holding up Piastri and co. But Gasly and Hamilton are closing on me.
Okay, gap to the car ahead, 11.8 seconds.
Yeah, that gap is not the important one, Mark. Still 17th if I box. Still way too much work to do on a set of soft tyres if we box. Need a Hamilton and Gasly scrap. What I think will actually happen.
Okay, information
Now
on
that...
Verstappen.
Oh.
We seem to have an issue.
Okay. Verstappen has a problem. That's going to give definitely George the win. I think he's got a puncture. I think Verstappen has a puncture. He does a front right puncture as Max is coming round the right-hander here. Watch that front right tyre. Ready, steady, pop. Max's front right tyre has given up. Puncture for him. George is going to disappear in P1. To be fair, George had already disappeared in P1.
Caution, caution.
And Fernando is off down the road as well.
Track is clear, green flag.
That's going to be us into a podium position. Now, seeing how Max comes back through the gang here could help determine whether we make that decision as well. But I've lost time to those behind as I hesitated coming back after the pause, after watching the replay. Lewis is now within 6 seconds of me with 23 laps to go. Where has Max come out? Max has come out in 8th. Obviously, he was significantly down the road from us. Mine says 15th now at the moment. Charles is getting close to the points. Charles is in 11th. Lando 14th. Still not worth boxing again. It would be worth more trying to keep Hamilton and Gasly behind, ultimately not being able to,
0.4 seconds.
and having them pass me and finishing 5th by not making a stop, rather than making a stop and trying to fight my way back through, which ultimately probably wouldn't work. It's quicker to the end by being slower at the end, basically. 5 seconds the gap to Hamilton and Gasly now. There's a bit of a gap back from them to Piastri, to be fair, in P6. I might be able to hang on to Hamilton and Gasly. Might. But probably not for long, because my tyres are already 14% worn on the rear left. Hey, Dunder.
Okay, gap ahead, 13.6 seconds. Okay, mate, lap times are a little erratic at the moment. Let's try and close up the difference between them.
Gasly and Hamilton now have Max Verstappen with them for company. Max is very quick right now, but because his puncture came as early as it did, he's going to have to make another pit stop as well. So Max has got a fresh set of softs on now, probably. But he's going to have to stop at least once more, because those soft tyres just aren't going to last to the end of the race. So even though he's going to get himself back up to at least 4th, maybe even past me into 3rd before he does have to box again, he is going to have to box again. Right now, we do not want a safety car. Don't want any sort of safety car for the remainder of the race. I think our best chance of finishing as high as possible is by the race continuing as is for now. I've got the pace that I could stick with Lewis and Gasly. If they get to me and get past me, I could stick with them in their DRS. I wouldn't have any concerns of that at this moment in time. Meaning we could do to them what we did to Sainz in the sprint race and just hold on for the position, I think. That's as it stands though, but obviously as time goes by, my tyres are going to get more and more and more worn, and they're going to get more and more of a tyre advantage. Even though it's only a few laps, that few laps becomes worth more and more as mine get closer and closer to the cliff edge. We've still got 19 laps to go. It cost me basically a whole second.
Okay, so gap to the car ahead, 0.9 seconds.
I wish. I think so, Goal Machine. I think so.
Okay, keep an eye on that gap ahead, please. Okay, we're approaching the pit window. You're going to be on softs. 15.8 seconds.
Car's becoming very hard to handle now.
Use your overtake button more. It's time to utilise some of this energy. Come on.
Oh, God. Yeah, Piastri's right behind Gasly as well. Not Gasly. Yeah, Max. Still says 14th is where I'd come out. It's just way too far down the order. We've just got to make the one stop work. So struggling. Really bad.
Okay, here's the gap that we're trailing the car ahead by. 16.9 seconds.
Oh, good. Since you said that, it's now 17.1.
Okay, we're boxing this lap. Give us the best in lap you can.
Nope.
Box now, please. Box this lap.
No. Max and Gasly having a hell of a ding-dong at the minute. Verstappen, I think, has finally gotten his man. He has. 1.5, 1.4. They're so fast around that triple corner. I've no idea where they get that pace from. Max does have to box again, though. Because those softs just won't. They'll explode before they end, I'm sure of it. If they don't, he's going to be so slow. My rear tyres are really not in a good spot at all. We've still got 13 laps worth of Grand Prix to go. We've been in a 4th place position since about lap 5. And a 3rd place position since Max boxed. But I don't see me finishing any higher than 7th at the moment. No, it's not worth going to the
Nice work,
softs.
you smashed it. Really good job on hitting that target, mate.
I currently come out 14th, which is behind the Haas of Carlos Sainz. Now look for that on the minimap. That's a long way back. A long way back. And a lot of cars to get to, or get through. Not worth stopping. Just gonna have to get my elbows out considerably. We have become a train of 5 cars. Here comes Lewis. Gonna poke his nose in. Leave him racing room, but maintain the position. The battle begins for 11 laps. There you go, Verstappen's in. I'm curious to see where Verstappen comes out. That's Lewis through. So that's down to 4th. Verstappen's come out right with Carlos Sainz. It's a long way down. It's just not worth that extra stop. I'll try and stick with Lewis to help me defend from Gasly and Oscar. This is why tyre wear is so important. Would have been a comfortable P3 if my tyre wear was the same as theirs, but because my tyre wear is about 10% higher, they've closed the 8-second plus gap and are significantly faster than me.
The Mercedes drivers out in front.
I'm gonna go for it. Cover the inside line. 3rd place restored. My thumb is sore and indented to fuck. The shape of that. That's supposed to be a round thumb. It is not a round thumb, it is a flat one. Lamau. Just controller things. Yeah, Bono, my thumb's gone. I'm going to go for a quick toilet break, chat, if you don't mind, if you'll bear with me. Oh, Christ. This is turning out to be the most intense Grand Prix with 40 laps running on your own that we've ever run. BRB. I made it a coffee too. Because my eyes are going, oh. Oh, congratulations, Josh. What breed is your dog that's just given birth? Just responding to a text. I need some paracetamol as well. My head is fucking pounding. Do they, you know, when they do, you get like app updates on your phone. Do they only release updates on like the same day or something? Oh, she's a staff. Nice. Because like yesterday, I had no updates due on my phone, and now, like within the last hour, it's like, oh, by the way, here are 13 updates to the apps you've got on your phone. Like, oh. Yeah, I'm not sure. The Ferrari radio was ridiculous over the weekend, wasn't it? It must be the water. Oh, I see what you mean. Maybe. I didn't check the dates on it, to be honest, but like, I'm on my phone a lot during the day, and it didn't say there was any, like, an hour ago, and then just now it says 13. Oh. Okay. Right, ready? Hello, Lewis. Don't even think about it, Pierre. Pierre thought about it.
Try to stay with
Pierre drove into me.
Mistake and we could still regain the position.
My hesitating in getting on the throttle again has allowed Lewis to maybe get himself out of DRS range in front. Hello. We do have DRS on Lewis Hamilton, and I'm going to need that. Not going to take him this lap, but I'm going to have to take him as soon as I possibly can, really, to stand a chance of any hope of finishing on the podium. There's no point sitting behind him and waiting for the final lap, because I will not be able to stick with him for that long. I will make a mistake at some point that knocks me out of DRS range, and then he's long gone. I might not even have made a mistake, and he might be gone out of DRS range because they're so fast around this part of the circuit. I might just be still within range. I am. Thank Christ. So much better than me in the traction zones though. Lewis is gone. P3 has disappeared. We will not finish third. We are most likely to finish 6th at the minute behind Piastri, I think, with 7 laps to go. Lewis is gone. No podium for me.
Mercedes drivers in first place.
Yeah, maybe. I'm going to go defensive. Held the position. Piastri's having a look at Gasly behind. Those two, if they squabble through this whole start to the third sector, that would be wonderful for me. Not that it's going to stop them from closing me back up again within half a lap when they do get nose to tail again, but still, it's a little bit of a reprieve for a moment. They're still side by side. You can have such good racing through that section. Piastri's actually dropped off by 7 tenths. So he really gave up on that. We had a really good side-by-side battle with Bushy, I think it was, in the Creator Series in F2 earlier on in the cycle. We've got 1.1 seconds in hand now. And 4 laps worth of racing to do to try and come home in 4th place.
The gap to the car ahead is increasing by a few tenths per lap. Get your head down. Okay, gap to the car ahead, 2.4 seconds.
Christ. You go defensive again to Gasly. 2 laps to go. Need all the battery I can muster to try and hold off down the DRS straights. It's a real struggle at the minute. The rear tyres are just so dead. Still managing as best I can. If Piastri can get interested in the back of Gasly again, that would do me a favour. And he is right there. Rear tyres are 36 and 32% right now. One and a half laps. 3 more DRS zones to try and survive. Concentration levels are very high right now. Last lap. I've not got much battery.
Let's go. Final lap.
Pierre's coming again. I'm going to go defensive again. need to hold the position. I have done. Could comfortably lose 2 positions down the straight though. Got to make sure we get this right. Hold on for what would be an invaluable 4th place.
Mercedes driver has the lead.
Yep, George is going to win. Alonso's going to come 2nd. Lewis Hamilton will be 3rd. But 4th, 5th and 6th, TBD. Think I've got enough battery to hold it all the way down to the end of the DRS zone. Here comes Pierre. Oh my god, he's so fast. He saved loads of battery for the end of the race. I'm going to have to try and hang it around the outside here. As George Russell wins the Grand Prix.
Okay,
Getting feisty with the RB.
3.9 seconds.
We've maintained the position to the RB. I'm going to cut to the inside to take the defensive line around here. Just like we did multiple times before. I don't know whether Lando or Charles made it into the points. Lando is right behind Charles, so at least Charles is closing the gap on Lando as well. Oh my god. To the line, sideways almost. P4.
Okay,
That was an nail-biting final 4 or 5 laps, wasn't it? We could not have had more good luck, really, that weekend. Sainz with a lock-up in the sprint. Lando with a DNF in the sprint. Charles and Lando with penalties in the full Grand Prix after qualifying. A really solid quality. To be fair, there was no luck about qualifying P2. That was one thing I did do myself. Max's puncture earned us an extra position as well. We had all the good luck and more over the course of that weekend. Charles did get a single point. Charles did get 1 point in the main Grand Prix. But Lando finished P11 behind Charles by 0.2 of a second. Look at that. 43.8, 44.1, 44.2, 44.4, 45, 45.1. That was a bit close, wasn't it? And Max finishing 13th is exactly why we didn't box for a second time. Extending the first stint just by 2 or 3 laps to give us the option of doing the 1 stop made all the difference. And by 2.5 tenths, we finish 4th. That's 12 points for me, none for Lando. He still leads the championship, but only by 5 points, I believe now. 51%. The recognition grows for the first time in forever. Take that, George. Who's the number 1 driver? Typically on the weekend that George wins the actual bloody Grand Prix, that's when my reputation goes up and his goes down. F124 things. So up next is Mexico, which is not a sprint weekend, I don't believe. But we're praying for no rain. Mexico is a really fun track, but it's so tough in that 3rd sector, and I'm really not very strong there. So we'll have a quick look at the drivers' standings once we've gotten through to see what the weather is going to look like in Mexico. In fact, let's have a quick look now. So I'm 4 points behind Lando. Just the 4. Charles is a further 15 points back. And with George's win, my 4th place, Charles with 1 point, and Lewis, to be fair to him, with a 3rd place, we have overtaken Ferrari in the Constructors 2. So we now lead the Constructors' Championship and are right there with Lando in the Drivers. Bear in mind our history at Vegas and Qatar in Season 2 and 3. Win, win, second. If we can replicate our end of season form from Seasons 2 and Season 3, the championship is very much a possibility. But Mexico, Brazil and Portugal could very much put a dampener in that. Mexico last year, I was 4th. Mexico the year before, I DNF'd, actually. And the year before that, we were 14th. So, and Brazil's back on the calendar for the first time since Season 1, where we took it off because the AI are broken strong there, or they were broken strong there. I don't know whether they still are. We shall find out in due course. But what's the weather going to do in Mexico? Rain is terrible here if it comes. I'm really not very quick. It's fully dry. It is not a sprint weekend as presumed. and it's stonking hot. So Mexico to maybe retake the lead of the Drivers' Championship. Potentially. We shall find out in the next episode. This is going to be one hell of a title fight. It's already been one hell of a title fight, and we've still got 5 Grand Prix or 6 Grand Prix to go. Drop the video a like if you've enjoyed. Make sure you subscribe to the channel to make sure you don't miss out on any more. And I'll see you next time. AI will still be OP at Brazil. Yeah, shit. We'll wait and see what it looks like in quali. We might have to drop the difficulty after quali, just depending on what the AI do. Thank you for the follow, Coasty. Welcome to the channel, mate. That was intense, wasn't it? Considering we ran most of that race on our own, there was never, weirdly, a dull moment because we were constantly looking at the deltas behind, weren't we? You're not wrong, Dunder. You are not wrong, sir. Right. Let's save that footage. Shall we? F1 S4 18 USA. USA, 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 USA. Put that in there. We can upload that for editor Chris. Right. I am going to just quite simply take... Actually, no, we need to get a thumbnail first, don't we? Let's do that. Let's get a thumbnail. Yeah, that probably would have been one for the heart rate monitor, really, wouldn't it? RTG, we're going to be switching to the RTG within the next 5 minutes, Simon. Ads has paid out the prediction, I believe. Yeah. Sorry, Jordan. Holding on to P2 there was important too. Lungeroony. Not sorry, Jordan. We've got Barnsley away this weekend, Dunder, so no, not really. Hit me. To be fair, there might have been a good thumbnail in that. You never know, indeed. 13 points from safety, though. I think you do know that we're going down. Unfortunately. This is where Gasly had a look, and actually we made contact there. We come around, Gasly's on my inside. And we did touch just there, which sent Gasly's back end going a little bit, and then he tucked back in behind. The realistic RTG should be with Cambridge next year, yeah, I would imagine. This is why I fought it round the outside against Gasly on the final lap. The final corner. Little kick of oversteer halfway through. Aye, 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 aye. To the line. Right. I'm literally going to take the stream offline to change the title of the restream stuff to then come back online. So don't go anywhere. Just refresh in like 2 minutes time. And the stream will be back. I'm literally just going to go off to go on again. So